I wonder how this is going. I feel like there's like a major thing that's wrong here. And I haven't figured out what it was. Hey, Gust of Trust, what's up, dude? How's it going? Just trying to riff out a couple things here, and then hopefully finish this up today. We'll see. There's a couple things I still don't really know how they're gonna finish in the end. But yeah. Cool. You also an artist or just a passerby? Oh, awesome. Working on anything now or just chilling out? I think that's a safe cut. Something about it. Like when I do it, it doesn't feel as safe. The other one also feels kind of good, but whenever I do the cut, I don't know, something. Let me see. What do you got there? Just making sure you don't have any titties. Well, art generally means the titties. That's kind of neat. Ideas. A lot of ideas. Usually people send me just like, here, I did like 20 portraits. It's kind of neat technically, but it's like kind of boring to look at sometimes, like especially if you've seen so many of it. Yeah, it's nice to see someone doing more what's called adventurous, let's call it. More adventurous work. It's usually harder to do that type of stuff. Usually much harder. You have to have like a bunch of aspects mastered if you want to actually do it super well. But yeah, neat ideas, dude. Neat ideas. What do I want to do here? Yeah. Haha. No prob. Let's see. What am I doing? Kind of wondering if I want to change her expression. I feel like that little bit of fear adds something. I don't know. the other thing I want to do is make this a little bit bigger. It's a little bit more ambiguous. Eyes seem to line up, I think. Yeah. Man, that always weirds me out. The going full screen kills the entire stream. And I look at like OBS and I'm like, oh, there's no image. Why? All right. I always kind of confuse full screen and not so full screen. Whatever tab does. Let's see. I think I made this area a little bit too bright. Don't want to have to suddenly justify where there's like a solar flare behind her. What resolution do you work on mostly? Does it matter that much? I would say that it matters up to a point and then it stops mattering. Let's see. Right now I'm working in, I don't want to lie. It's like 7x4, 1000. I think past like, this is like a widescreen thing. Though the idea is to make it like wide because I think landscapes just look cooler when they're wider. Like instead of like even a 16:9. What ratio is that, by the way? Let me see. Yeah, 16:9. 16:9 is a very good one for landscapes. I've been screwing around with it and trying to make it like smaller. You know, like 7K by like 3.5. You know, 7K, but like I think I will have to move her down maybe a little bit, which is possible. I could move her down just a slight bit. Could be what's called. It does matter a little bit. I'll tell you one thing I've learned recently is to effectively use some of the brush effects, you have to use a very large version of that brush. And that means that you're gonna need a little bit of pixels. But I don't know, past like 4K, I don't think it really matters. I think you can do a lot of really cool stuff without going too high. It also depends on what you're doing. Let's see. Let's do it this way. Merge this up. Shit, now I have to like... I still have to select her out again. Can I reselect? Yes. Based. Let me select a little bit more here. I'm gonna be moving her a little bit more, so might as well move some of that. And okay, let's see. One more. Let me see. How about this? I'm gonna merge that up and reselect again. I would say that like it's the as long as you're not working on something like too small, then it really doesn't matter. I feel like I really want to get rid of this arm. I feel like I really want to get rid of this arm, so I don't have to like draw it. I'm just gonna hide the arm. And it makes for a more interesting piece. So like, fuck it, let's do it. That's really all that really matters to me, is that it's more interesting. Not that I don't have to do the arm, but that is a very neat bonus. I feel like, I feel like, let me see, hold on. Move her down as well, I think. Shit. I lost the plot there. Lost the plot. Okay, hold on. Lost what I'm doing. I'm trying to move her down. The problem is her boobs intersect with the bike. And then that causes like a tangent. So I don't want to move it down too far. Create a tangent there. I mean, I could shave this down a little bit, maybe. And then also pop that over there a little bit. Lose the rest of these artifacts. The home picture is what matters, I think, but still having so much details in the background like yours looks cool too. Sure. I mean, it's the detail is like just there for various reasons, but you're gonna need to if you're gonna do a cityscape, there's no way to do it without a lot of detail, unless you go for just a silhouette. And then, although that could look cool, that wouldn't really fit in the category of cityscape. I think that would be more of a character oriented image, maybe. They just have to keep in mind what you're doing. You know, you can't do certain things without doing other things. So if your goal is to do a cityscape, unfortunately, it's going to be overloaded with detail. That's just how it's going to be. Or boring. You could always go for boring. I really don't like boring. That's why I'm doing a piece like this, instead of doing like what I usually do, which is, you know, well, you could take a look at it. I have an ArtStation link. You can take a look at some of the finished work, but it's generally more simple. But I just get bored of things like that, so I always want to kind of branch out and do something something radical. Radical and interesting, and those things are always very difficult to do. So not sure what I want to do with this thing. I might just take it out. It's so late. It's so late. And yet I did pop this in, and it makes sense, like, almost compositionally. Because it kind of attracts you. Attracts your eyes to her in general. Because it's like a very dark object in a almost light area. But yeah, everything is in service of the image. That's the whole point. That's the whole point, Chief. Let's see. She's very surprised now. I don't know if I like that better. I feel like it's better than when it's closer. And now I can do the cut. Make it even more widescreen. Alright, let me see. Gotta flip it. Maybe too much. Maybe too much cut. How about from here? Sometimes I cut for composition and I cut too much. Maybe. I feel like I should maybe draw. A little bit of the water starting to hit her. Or just because if I do make the change to a surprise look, it's like, why is she surprised, you know? I think some of the water hitting her. Yeah, actually that. She was posing for a picture and then a spaceship blew past. Let me see if that looks better and worse. It looks, because of the overlap, it looks like she's underwater. So that's not gonna work. Maybe with just one side overlapping. Maybe that's what I'll do. I think I can add some of the glow here, actually. see. And maybe here too. Haven't really decided. The light yet. Probably should have though. Kind of wanted to make this light come up from the bottom. So I might darken it a little bit here. After all. Get rid of that circle shape too. That one's been annoying me. This one's about done, I think. Not really getting much farther along with it. Moving the eyes like slightly. I think this was one of the bigger changes, the cropping that I wanted to put in. Now I don't really have much more for it. I did want to move her eye, or at least try to. No, hold on. Let me do it on another layer because I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh, wow! It goes back so far. Let me do it this way. Does that work? I mean, yeah, it does. Merge those down so I can take a look at it. Let's see. Yeah, it's really tiny changes now at this point, so. So yeah, very small changes. probably start sketching after this. Cause yeah. Not much left here. Yeah. Maybe a small rim light. This side. Yeah. Something like that. I think for this light to be true, might need to finish this area a little bit, but it's like probably I should end the effect of the light because it'll start flattening out my image. So I need to figure out where's the end of it. Kind of estimating like somewhere in the middle I should have some of it, but then I don't know. I'm probably just gonna do it where it suits me because I'm not sure where that light ends and where it suits the composition of the image or parts even. I'm gonna do it. like when I moved her down, I forgot to move this area down. Oh, this is a new layer, so I was like, that's strange. The horizon line seems to be shifting downward. Although, actually, you know what? Should be this way. Just add a line there. That should be all right, I think. Yeah, that fixes most of the things. Because I did move parts of it down, I think, then. I'm wondering about that light. I feel like it might be too much. Perhaps I should leave the light above. Maybe add a little bit of it, but not too much. Yeah, this part should be more dark, I think. Maybe the last thing I want to do with this one is I've already kind of started. Let me see, let me merge these down so it's easier. Oh, great. Well, her face is less surprised. Now she's more surprised, but her mouth, I think. I might actually want to try to do it with liquefy. Let me try doing it with liquefy. I've been learning how to use liquefy. It's actually very powerful. That's fine. That's fine, whatever. The only problem is you can't use my keybinds. I have to use the key bindings within liquefy. Oh, which makes it very annoying. To use, but and it also does this like weird jittery thing. Like it's not identifying where my mouse cursor is or what path it's taken. Okay. I used it pretty heavily for the body, actually. What I might do is merge some of this value group. But carefully. Maybe also add like more of the bottom. Very small changes again. Just trying to open up her mouth a little bit. Oh, fuck. Did I do it all in the wrong way? God damn it. Yeah, I did. Okay. I guess we're just gonna go with it. If not, I'll just roll it back too. A previous version. And then I need to add a 3D shape to this lip now. Oh, lips are hell. Hey, thanks for the follow, Guts of Trust. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Let's see something. All right, yeah, I moved everything to a different file. All right. Okay. Okay, lips. Color is that? Because like for me, it doesn't make sense. It's so much darker than mine. But I feel like when I put that color in, it doesn't work. Whenever I put a like fully black color, it like instantly makes the image unpoggers. I think also my light may hit a little later than I have it, so try to move that over there. Maybe add a little bit more shadow. I don't know. I keep closing her mouth. just want to close her mouth, man. Is that? Oh God. Stream is getting Freudian. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna do this side of the lips. They have a new statue coming up. For some reason, they've decided to revisit Perseus and Medusa, the ancient Greek myth. But for some reason now, Medusa wins. I don't know what the moral of that story becomes. I'm really interested in Greek mythology, but some of this stuff, it's like, I guess we're just gonna change it. It's gonna be cool, man. I don't know. I feel like there's so much notoriety goes to something like that's kind of like even, I don't know. I don't know if you could call it controversial. It's like we're reimagining Greek myths to subvert and what's it called, your expectations or something. It's like, okay, who cares? I can't even go outside effectively because of Corona. I don't know, man. The news cycle. Maybe I'll move the lip here a little bit. So the statue is called Medusa beheading Perseus, which is asinine. Again, Medusa's the one with the petrification powers, which are cool and neat and interesting. guess we're kind of just saying like, oh, okay, well, there's a statue that there's a statue of a Medusa being beheaded. So the opposite of that statue is Medusa beheading. You see, it's very logical, very smart, very big brain. It would be really cool, I think, if they did like something like a full body Perseus statue being petrified. Or it doesn't even have to be Perseus, it could be the countless other heroes that went in to defeat Medusa and failed. I think there was at least a couple, if I remember. Because somehow... Wasn't there something to do with the shield in that story? I think the shield reflected Medusa's gaze, and Medusa, in her vanity, looked at the shield and looked at herself. And there's always a moral to like Greek myths, and it's always like what morals mean, like what it's like description of like Greek aristocratic values. So. Vanity bad, I guess. And that vanity is, you know, everywhere in the society. Perseus had to tie a blindfold on as to not look into Medusa's gaze. But, I mean, again, there's like it's not about the art, it's not about the message, it's not about like, it's about reinterpreting everything as if, you know, when you're looking for something and you don't find it, so you gotta insert it into the story somehow. That's what's going on here. It's like the most base way of interpreting. It's actually, you know what? Now it's backwards. It's so silly. I read this story online. It was I read it on Twitter. There was a bunch of tweets from like famous concept artists like, oh, this is cool, man, I love this. Okay. I don't know. Any opportunity to dab on the Greeks should be taken, I guess, because like the Greeks are always constantly being like idolicized almost. Love the Greeks. Why? I don't know. Greek's good. Greek's good. Aristotle based. But I don't know. I feel like this is just like the annoying way of doing it. I don't know. Something about it annoys me. I can't really put my finger on it exactly. Other than the explanation I just gave, that I think it's cringe. But something. Not really sure about this mouth. Killed Medusa in Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Dark Age of Camelot. Was there Medusa in Dark Age of Camelot? I can't even remember. Maybe it was like an expansion I never played. I played like early release and I think sometime afterwards. I'm not even sure I was that invested in the lore. Trials of Atlantis. Oh right, yeah. You had to buy that expansion. I never bought it. I was like, no, not that invested in this. Let's simplify this shape a little bit so that it doesn't conflict as much. Let's see. Because it looks like it's the ship there. I feel like if it was overlapping this type of shape, it'd be better. Even though the shape is a little bit more boring. When you zoom out, it looks better. Is it too late in the game to do like a expression change? Maybe. Assassin's Creed makes sense, right? Because that's actually like, I think that was Greek mythology or Greek or Roman. Dark Age of Camelot makes. We're just putting it in, you know. More content. Content good. I haven't played the newer Assassin's Creeds, honestly. After Revelation, it kind of like the story kind of got like a little boring for me, so I just stopped playing. But up until then, I played through like all of those games, man. So many of them. Pretty much. It's the lore, you see? The lore. Origins is really good. Ancient Egypt. Heard a lot of mixed reviews for that game. I'll probably pick it up eventually. I think they gave out free copies. And I think I grabbed one. I'm not sure. I might not have because I was like, I'm never going to play this game. Should I put in the old design? I did have one that I arrived at. I just kept putting it off and 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 off, and then eventually I have like this thing staring at me, and no one has touched this for a while. I have this like very metal demon thing. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll do something like that. Maybe a skull, and then the cross. I don't know, every time I feel like I touch that thing, it becomes like a whole painting by itself. Maybe I should leave it just like non-discrepant. Because if I do too much to it, it like takes over the painting. Maybe I should just leave it like non-discrepant. It's a thing, but it's not that interesting, you know? Let's see. Yeah, definitely no glowy blue eyes. I think that takes away from the image too much. And this part, I think, should blend. Maybe. More hair strands won't hurt. Some of that water effect. Sure. Maybe a little bit more light there. I don't know. I think this one's basically done, or at least as done as I can get it now. And then maybe at some point I could revitalize it and redo it, but for now I just feel like I'm wasting time at this point. It's too much that I don't know how to like effectively handle. Maybe if it was like, maybe if I had like some of the deep purples coming in here. Her hair could be a bit darker. Maybe I like the tips. I think I could do something. Some of the tips. No, it's like there. I would think that let's see. If I do darken it, I'm gonna just do specific strands. They're kind of like over here because they blend too much into. But yeah, it's not, I don't know if that gets to the heart of the problem. Right now, I can't even vocalize it. I'm not sure exactly what the problem is. Sounds like something like value mismatch between foreground and background. Or not even mismatch, more like it's incoherent. I'm not sure. What it is, but there's definitely something there. It's like keep everything, okay, and then a little bit more lightness for this wave. Maybe. A little bit. I feel like it gets spammy when I do that. It's already spammy, but like even more spammy. Maybe with like a blur attached to it. Would be like a way of doing it. Some of those waves. maybe group a couple of the sheeps. So I could separate them out. Something like that. Some of that wave has to go. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah, this thing. I don't know what that is. It's funny. Very, very small things. Again, nothing super large. So at this point, you could kind of tell that I'm nitpicking. And it's... kinda not worth it. But, you know, at this point, you know. Let's see. There's a lot of nitpicking I did this morning. A lot, apparently. Changed her face, changed the what's called. And yesterday I didn't want to stream, but I did like a liquefy pass. This is like the power of liquefy tool. so that's done. Yeah, until you zoom into like 25%, it looks awful. It gets better as you go, but definitely has to be at least 50%, I think. Alright. Oh. I really hate that they confuse me with this every time. Oh my god. There's a previous tool that looks exactly like this, and it's not export as what's it called? It's save for web legacy. It looks exactly the same. I don't even know what it exported it as. Where do I put these usually? I think I save as PNG. But like I can't upload it anywhere. It becomes like a super weighty PNG. It weighs like 40 megs, and then I think I have a folder for these. PSDs only. Yeah, let's do it in PSDs only. Why not? Okay, so it did export something. Okay, hold on. Let me see what it exported then. So this is what it exported. Oh god, that was risky click. Risky click. Okay, I mean that's fine. Can't zoom in and out. That's all right. Some of the textures double up because I moved her. I might have to patch that. Here. Her elbow has some. No, that's the that's the wave. It does look like it's part of the background, I think, because of this part. If I get rid of that. Maybe it'll read better. It's supposed to be like the wave, like hitting her. I don't know if that works. It might not. Might not read well. Hmm. Maybe I should make it more apparent. That's what? No. Make the wave more tasty. Also. Also, I did want to play around with the color balance a little bit. I totally forgot about that. Может быть, в следующий раз. Oh. Alright, I gotta turn up the sound for a little bit, but I'm just gonna be playing around in post anyway. Alright, so that's most of the post, I think. Alright, at least the parts I wanted to do. I added a little bit more light on the wave, and I think it works. Then I added the sparkles just here. I make sure that the shapes are like different, otherwise they do start to blend in. Hmm. Yeah, it's kind of a lot. Alright, I mean, I think this is as good as it's gonna get. And then later on, maybe I'll take a look at it again and take a look at it one more time. Can this change to like... I really hate the like the white outline. I really don't like this image viewer. This image viewer was a mistake. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay. Onward to new things. Oh boy. I have nothing prepared. Hmm. Don't we have like a thumbnail PSD so I don't have to like... This one's kind of neat. I don't know. It's on this layer. Probably delete some of these sketches. Hmm. I don't really see anything I could use. some of these maybe. Or if I just... Alright. Oh, okay. I think maybe I didn't focus too well on what I actually wanted to do with that thumbnail, and then an inefficient thumbnail leads to like suffering. I don't know. If you guys have any ideas, feel free to throw them at me. This brush is actually kind of neat. sure about this sketch. Maybe this time I'll wait for a good thumbnail. I won't just jump into the first thumbnail that comes over. Recognizing good thumbnails. Skill level 0 out of 10. Hey Ryoji, what's up, dude? Just watch me super slow. Turn the quality down to 0. That's what you gotta do. Yeah, how's your day going? Should I focus more on drawing instead of painting? Depends on how pain averse are you. If you like to suffer, probably go with painting. I like to suffer, so I went with painting. Officially a neat. Oh no. They're not gonna give you back the money. They're gonna keep it. Education opens doors. But maybe you want to stay in the one room, you know? Never know. I asked them. They said they'll just ask for the management. I mean, it's like if you want to... Yeah, I'm gonna go with the. I'm gonna go press X to doubt. I don't know if it matters in which um in which order you learn skills, because you're gonna constantly be learning and relearning them. There's no final like drawing level that you got that drawing level. Now everything you output is gonna be like based on that drawing level. It's gonna be like a lot of relearning and reshaping and then redoing and then relearning and then again and 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 again. So I've seen a lot of people have a much easier time if they learned drawing to a very good level first. It's just a much easier time. There's one detail that you don't know, which I have a condition and I get tired very easily, so it's hard for me to keep up with school. Oh. Yeah. Gotcha. Sometimes I'll sleep all day because of bad liver. There's ups and downs. Yeah, I agree. Drawing gives foundation. I've been reading Berserk and inspired me to focus on drawing traditionally, especially. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like eventually you have to choose like which skill to subvert to the other. Cause there you can't do both, I think, like maximally. You have to choose which one is going to be dominant. And again, I choose painting, but I desperately want to learn to draw better. Sure what that one is supposed to be, but whatever. These are thumbnails. These are thumbnails. Drawing takes more skill, but painting is appealing for the market. Everything is impressed by my shading. I mean, there is the. I mean, it's like it's weird. Most people like don't understand when they see good drawing, so they can't really even rate it. They just see like a finished and painted piece and they're like, okay, well, you know, I don't see anything wrong with it. So I'm not gonna care as to why I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm just gonna, just swallow that pill. Um, I think I went out of bounds to this one. Whoops. I showed my sister Kim Jong-ji's work, and she says the style is cartoony and it's not appealing to her. I think I think most people don't understand why they like something. A realistic painting features very good drawing usually. If you render a spoon, but instead of drawing it like a spoon, you drew it like some kind of thing, but you still were able to render light beautifully, like somehow, I don't know how, but you can imagine this state of affairs. Usually the rendering is also bad, but it goes hand in hand with the drawing. But sometimes like you can have these like intermediate levels where you understand material rendering at a higher rate, or at least like an intermediate rate, and you're like, yeah, well, this is actually a spoon. Someone would be like, no, this isn't a spoon. What are you talking about? But if you spoon, man, what do you mean? Let's get all the markings of the spoon. It's made of metal. It's like they'll be like, it's crooked. It's crooked. It doesn't. I don't recognize anything. I don't recognize a spoon in this. And the answer is usually, oh, well, it's drawn badly. I don't know why I don't like it. The answer is, you don't like it because it's drawn badly. It's not a spoon. It's like some kind of caricature of a spoon. Some sort of symbols that resemble a spoon. Once the drawing gets better, and you start really like hammering it, and you hammer it out, suddenly they'll be like, oh, I like this. The drawing is, I don't know, I don't see the drawing. It's painted very well, and so they'll only see the finished product. They won't see what's it called. They won't care. They don't understand how it's made, and possibly they're right. Maybe the process of making art is like really boring and not interesting to anyone else, and so they won't value the drawing. I don't know if I had good drawing skills. It would actually draw the spoon. as I wanted to draw it. That's kind of boring, especially when drawing is clean. I like. I don't know. I think there's like this weird definition that's floating around that, you know, like anime line art or something is good drawing. It's the best. This is the best example of drawing, and it always looks like it's done with like a pen tool. They do this like weird shit with it, and there's countless tutorials on it on like DeviantArt, where you could find them, and you're just like, oh yes, this is good drawing, but that isn't good drawing. Good drawing looks like something like, I don't know, modern day James has very strong drawing, for instance. Amundsen has very strong drawing. You know, it's those types of, and I don't think their drawing is like specifically like clean in a sense. It depicts the thing in, you know, in a very in a very true way with line. I guess that would be what drawing really is. Sure if it has to be like clean for it to do that. I think it could be dirty. It doesn't have to be like. There's still a lot of like chaos. Or area for interpretation. I don't like the word chaos. Because it seems to like mean nothing. You hammer people down on what is chaos, they'll be like, oh, it's the unexplored, that which is unknown, you know. That's not a helpful definition, especially with like art, I think. Trying to draw a spear guy and I accidentally like exited the exited the thumbnail. No, I finished, but I didn't post it yet. I'm still thinking about it, honestly. Maybe I feel like I've worked on it for so long, not to post it would be stupid. But I haven't posted it yet. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I'm like in the process of posting it. I'm like I guess I've finalized it. But I haven't exactly posted it yet. I guess this isn't gonna be a thumbnail, it's gonna be like a sketch. And then maybe we'll get rid of my borders a little bit, and we'll see. But yeah, I've finished. I feel like I've finished it, although it doesn't seem finished. I've gotten to the point where I'm no longer making any progress on it. That's for sure. Or maybe the progress just really slows down at this point, and then I just have to stick it out. I feel like I'm just wasting time with it. It doesn't feel like it's gonna be a lot of gains. Hey Hugo, what's up? But I feel like learning to draw is the least painful. Like staircase. It's always gonna be like a kind of a staircase to where, you know. Look at Amundsen. He learned to draw, and then he like quickly learned to paint. And I think it's very possible. Still working on the Shattered. I'm super grateful for the feedback. Hey, I'm glad you found it useful. It's an interesting idea. I like the idea itself. I think it's very neat. But whenever you're dealing with like monsters and dreamscapes and things like that, it gets very foggy as to how you should like proceed. Oh my god, this arm. I think I have no creativity because I draw cute girls and fan art. Well, that's not true. I think it's just that you're not being brave, rather than you have no creativity. It is kind of scary to break out of comfort zones and to do things that you usually wouldn't do. I don't know about Lacking creativity. It's a difficult thing to prove. I mean, even like aphantasia, that idea of like I don't see. I'm not sure if you could like get out of that. Like, is there no way for you to like visualize like anything? Could you visualize like a point? I mean, this is all we're. It's a little bit more complex than like if you say, well, could you consider the apple or some shit like that. Consider the apple. um, but if you say, well, can you close your eyes and imagine like a single white dot, and then it just builds from that? Can you do that? Is that impossible? Is there like no? Does the rendering software just not open up? Is that what's going on there? Should I draw this like here? Should I draw it here? Thought about learning writing. It is too much for me. Writing is difficult. I like aphorisms. I'm a big aphorism fan. Or short stories, I guess. You call them short stories now, but probably think I probably have creativity. It's just that I'm only focusing on drawing what I like. Not sure what I want to do with. The dot thing, I can't do that. Oh, that is so difficult for me to consider because it's so far outside of my perspective and experience. You can't see the dot. That is difficult. I'm sure there's ways to work around it. But if you can't do even like a pixel, if you can't do like the first building block, yeah, it would make sense that it would be impossible to build. But I really don't know enough about it. I have no idea. I think I've gotten better since I realized it was a thing. It is. It's like it's very interesting because like I've always thought that not everyone has the same. I mean, we're kind of taught that everyone has like the same way of perceiving the world. I just thought that was a crock. There doesn't like it's unprovable, or even not even perceiving the world, but like how the internal like your internal thinking works. Like it couldn't all be. Not everyone thinks the same. Like it. I mean, even stating that doesn't really, I guess, encompass that point. Still don't see things, but I can do the thing like turn a cube in my head without seeing it. How? I have to I see it and then I realize what I'm doing with it. Like I visualize the cube, and I already visualize it with lighting because you can't see it without the lighting. And then I turn it and the lighting stays, but the cube turns and I guess the lighting turns too. I don't know how you can know what the cube is like without seeing it. Strange. Should I make it masculine or feminine? I haven't decided. It's like it's 2 steps away, you know. I either in masculine or feminine. Yeah, the penis. God, maybe I should think hard first before drawing. I'm very intuitive. I kind of want to like when I draw, I don't think all that much. Outside of like, this is a problem, I've identified it as a problem, how do I fix it? Here's a couple solutions, let me pick from these solutions by doing them. This solution doesn't work, let me try this. So that's kind of but when I'm thinking of like just draw something, like, you know, it's like just say something, bro. Say something in your language. You ever get that situation where you meet someone who doesn't speak Malaysian, and they're like, just say something in your language, and you're just like, I have no idea what to say. There's no language doesn't work that way. It has to be like a clear goal to communication. Oh, okay. Slowing down and thinking through, or at least allowing your brain to catch up with what you're doing is important, I think. Think of it like solving puzzles. Do you actually just, you know, sit down and be like, oh, well, let me think about it? No, I just jam the buttons and it like starts to work, like usually very quickly. It's like I'm brute forcing. Like I usually intuitively know. Sometimes I have to visualize the other like positions and possibilities, but that's like, I think like interior to actually. Solving it, you know, or in the process of solving it, I'm doing that. I think I liked it when I was looking at it this way. Just couldn't see the flows. This could be like a thumbnail. Like he is jumping. She? A shim? Shim is jumping. I haven't decided whether it's male or female yet. With that spear. Yeah, slowing down and thinking things through is good. I think it's important to do it in stages. I'm constantly at like points where I input something, you know, like I'll be drawing and then I'll input something and it'll categorically change the way that my drawing is going, and then I'll get to another place and hopefully it goes up again, and then I'm drawing like this way. Or at least that's like the timeline. I get to it and then I input something. And I think, okay, well, this is interesting, but what am I actually trying to accomplish here? What could I be accomplishing? What is stopping me from accomplishing what I want to do? I don't think you can have like complete, like, you can't be like totally aware of what you're doing at all times, because that won't, you won't be actually doing something. You'll be thinking about doing it, and like it's not gonna work. Like just like driving a car, you don't think about it as soon as you've learned it, right? You just have like, okay, I'm gonna stop sign. All right, this is a situation I must consider. 6 minutes later, here's a situation I must consider. But usually it's almost like totally subconscious with free will or whatever, my input or consciousness or mindfulness being like in these very, 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 very brief moments. At least I don't know. It's tough to think about. Like, how can you even be aware that you're aware? Are you aware all the time? I don't know. I don't think so. I think some things I do and I think about, and I'm not really all there. I think it would drive me insane, or I wouldn't be very able to do anything if I was not doing it that way. I'm really enjoying Genshin Impact, but it's like, man, I wish there was like, I'll get to points where there's just nothing to do, and I kind of get that. That's where they want to squeeze you for money. I'm just never gonna give them money, so I just like, well, I guess I'm gonna play Noida for 3 hours. I don't know. Just thought about that. I saw someone playing Baldur's Gate 3, and I was like, I can't watch the streamer now because I want to play it like later. It was kind of an interesting thumbnail. I might develop it. We can make a couple like this where it's an interesting pose. And then kind of go from there. Flavor of the month. A lot of people are streaming it. I saw that. It's like one of the more popular games. Just, you know, always keep your meditations brief, and then keep your actual work like happening, because you could get into this box of, oh, I can't do anything until I have a good idea, and then I'm just not gonna draw anything at all. And that's a bad box to be in. I think it's important to start working and then iterate, rather than sit around doing nothing. Because I do that all the time. I'll start thinking about drawing, but I won't actually draw. And I'll have all these ideas that I kind of want to explore, but I don't do anything with them, you know? And I look at the other guy, and he's got like 20 pages of thumbnails where he's already explored those ideas, and most of them are like intuitive, and they just came to him in the moment. And I don't know, I find that way more successful, I think. for reaching ideas or getting to ideas, because he might throw all those away, but he might have that crystal clear idea that he got to by the process of iteration. And that could sound like, oh, I've already done this image, I've done this image countless times, I haven't done this one. That's an interesting thing to do. How can I do it differently? Let me do it a couple of ways. And then you know, that sort of thing in it. I almost find that to be like a meditation in itself, rather than, you just sit around cross-legged thinking, what am I to do? What ought I do? Consider the idea. I don't know, but this one's gonna be way less successful. I think that one had a cool perspective to it, so perhaps what I will do is I will add the cool perspective. So you have no idea what I'm drawing anyway, right? You don't know. You can't tell me that I changed my mind. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Oh, whoops. I meant to do it like 5. But I think that's why I think drawing is probably the best skill, because I can go through all those bad instances much more quickly, or at least see them much more clearly, faster. I don't need to do quite as much work to rule something out as like uninteresting and a waste of time. And that's very much more useful, I think. Much earlier on, and in various ways. Because it doesn't really stop at thumbnails. Thumbnails are just the beginning. That's a process that keeps going. And it's always like you're rolling for drawing. Does this work? Is this what's called? And you're always just considering things, right? You're just like, is this an interesting composition? It's interesting design. It's an interesting idea. And when you're doing it in drawing, it's like, okay, well, there's a little stick figure, and I don't know what I'm looking at. But when you're doing it with really good drawing, it's like you drew out something that looks a lot more finished earlier, and you're saying like, oh, Well, I see what this is. This isn't a stick figure. It's a man holding a gun, you know, or something like that. And in the same time, the block-in method, I feel like, will only get you maybe the silhouette of that if you're super proficient at it. And then you'll be like, well, what am I looking at? I'm looking at a silhouette. I can see the shapes and I can see the forms. But I'm not sure if this works. I'm not sure if it's a good way of depicting the thing I want to depict. No, I said it and I started drawing. I started going to the block-in. Sometimes you mix and match. You don't need like everything to be drawn well. Sometimes you can just block in parts of it. I don't know. Mixing and matching is probably the most powerful, but it's still based on like drawing. Is it lagging? Nope. It's totally not lagging. It's totally lagging again. I'm back. I didn't die. That's good. That's good. Streaming is apparently very dangerous in Brazil, as are all the other activities. But streaming apparently the most dangerous. Yeah. It's interesting that you could get like held up while at home. There's a couple of places in the US where, I mean, that's totally possible. But yeah. I think I would break the silhouette here. I'm not absolutely sure. It's hard to gauge this one. Hard to gauge this shape. This blocking difficult. This perspective cube difficult. Because of the foreshortening is so tough. See, not enough drawing skill. Had I had the good drawing skill, I'd be able to be like, oh, well, actually, in a lower amount of time. But now I have to work out the shape and think about things like that instead of just, you know, creating. And that is, I think, the most interesting part. Not the, is this perspective working type of consideration. Can't live with it, can't live without it, you know? Please don't put in an ellipse. Please don't put in an ellipse. Keep it square. My brain, I saw that variation come up. I was like, what if I make it a circle? That surely won't complicate things that are already a little bit too hard for me. What if I make it a series of ellipses that are foreshortened in a particular perspective? How about that for a solution? And my brain was like, yeah, that sounds good. Let's try that. I almost did it too. I will have to do. I might have to shift it to this way though. I'm not doing an ellipse. I'm just shifting like the target a little bit. I swear I'm not doing an ellipse. Oh no, I'm doing an ellipse, aren't I? Fuck. Yep, it's a flamethrower. That's what it is. It was a flamethrower. It has to be an ellipse. Unfortunate. The thing with the gun guy, it would be difficult to know what it was from the silhouette. Yes, exactly. Like the block-in method wouldn't allow you to explore interesting perspective ideas. Interesting. What's it called? It's flat. It's always the silhouette is always flat. There's no way you can like start doing the forms and all that, but it doesn't. It's not a quick way of doing it. I think. Um, Again, you might be able to be super proficient at it to a point where it doesn't matter. You don't really need to see the interesting perspectives or interesting changes in perspective quickly on the paper. You just know, hey, this is interesting. I'm going to do it this way. And I know that my silhouette implies this perspective, even though no one else could read it probably. But that I feel like that is if there's like tiers of being able to abstractly imagine objects, now that we know that there's a tier where you can imagine objects and a tier where you can imagine objects, that might mean that someone might be able to look at a silhouette and also see perspective information that's totally hidden from me. Although, I mean, I can sort of do it, but it's not probably what anyone else looking at it is doing, most likely. I'm not sure about this box. I feel like it should be more. But yeah, um I think that's a very brief um set of thoughts on why drawing is probably a better skill to go with, especially early on. 90% of the time I'm frustrated, it's because of my drawing. It's not because I didn't, you know how to render a certain sphere a certain way. 90% of the time it's because the shape and the form dictated by the line isn't what I want. Probably that's what's happening. Get Drew Arnold. It's Ani. I think it'll be years. before I like my art. Yeah, probably. Same. To back at things, I wonder how I could have been happy with it. It's normal. Yeah, I mean, all progress is gonna be, you know, like... Oh, that's strange. Who did this? Whomst? You know? Always celebrate your milestones. Don't think that, well, in the future I'm gonna be better, so this is meaningless now. No, celebrate your milestone, you know? Because that'll keep you going. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to keep going when the only thing, like, even after like a big victory, big W for artist, the only thing you can come away with is, yeah, in 10 years I'll be better than that, which is true, but well, might not be true for some people, but it's mostly true most of the time. So it's better to just celebrate that milestone and, you know, gain some satisfaction of it from it, because otherwise, again, it's gonna be like, oh well, none of this really matters because, you know, I like this now, but tomorrow I'm gonna be unhappy with it. Yeah, just be happy with it today then. I only have like a limited time to celebrate the milestone. I don't know how. I'll move this up. How about that? Because otherwise you're constantly just eating the tail. Eating the tail. As Kermit likes to say, that's nihilism. Nihilism is an ideology that eats the tail. That's why it's impossible to be a nihilist. For any amount of time. Mullen still isn't happy with his work. Maybe it's like that forever. Yeah, I think so. That's why you should celebrate the gains that you have gained instead of, you know, not celebrating them. Like, as soon as you get them, you're like, yeah, I did this thing that I wanted to do for a long time. I'm very happy with this. Instead of, yeah, but I'm still not as good as Craig Mullins. And that's important. You should take stock, you know. You should understand where you are and where you want to go and what you need to do to get there, but you don't have to, like, you know, just be like, oh, well, that means that any progress I make is meaningless, which is just not a good way to be. Because ultimately, it's the journey and the friends we made. Wait, what was the quote? God, I don't remember. The friends we made were the thing that we wanted to do the whole time. I don't... It was a My Little Pony quote, but I totally fumbled it. Either way. It's tough. It's tough to, like, celebrate, be happy with where you've arrived, and then also not to the point where you're just like, you know, huffing your own farts, which is also another bad way to be. It's tough to do. It's tough to do that. It's tough to do all of those things in conjunction, you know? So, you know, it's like it's a compound of things. Yeah, see. I started rendering it instead of like actually drawing it. And so that's why the process like super slowed down. I think I want to move. I think I want to move the rifle here. Ah, I moved it back. I moved it back. I moved it back to my original consideration. Don't have a layer to show you, but you're gonna have to believe me. I think I'm drawing a Space Marine. God damn it. The real art gains is the friends we made along the way. There it is. God damn it. That's what it was. Reminds me of StarCraft, which is exactly the point. Space Marines were StarCraft Marines the whole time. All it needs is like one of these things, you know? We StarCraft now, boys. It was StarCraft all along. What do you mean? I don't know. It's gonna be like tough to place an ellipse. I don't really want to do it. But yeah, it is interesting like how Games Workshop came up with some of these ideas and then they got blizzarded. It's the British version of it, so it doesn't count, you know. Copyright only works. I mean, it is tough to say, well, we own the idea of a spacefaring civilization that has like power armor. And there's so many takes on it that it becomes kind of nausea or nauseating to go through them all and say like, oh, well, this is derivative of that one, and just kind of enjoy it, and then whichever one you like the most, whichever take you like the most ends up being the original. It doesn't even matter. To me, is look like Russian cosmonaut. What do you mean, StarCraft? You know. For Great Mother Russia, you've got the hammer and the sickle, and it's mine now. I came up with this idea. What do you mean, StarCraft? I mean, if you do look at like cosmonauts, astronauts, their like body armor is very reminiscent. That's another one. It's kind of done, but kind of boring. So I'll put this one here. Imagine Blizzard suing NASA. You can't use these designs anymore. We made this. That'd be kind of funny. This is where I would go as far as to start doing forms. This one, see, this one was the original ideas of like combining but it is faster to just draw it. I'm not even sure. The problem is that I'm not even sure what this one's supposed to be. Another sci-fi thing, but I'm more worried about the gesture than anything else. Seems to be holding something, but what? Just his chest and just feeling himself? Is that what the songs mean this whole time? Feeling myself. I'm feeling myself. I don't think that's what I want to do. That reminds me of Red Alert because the communism logo. You see? Just as simple as that. It's communist friends. This one. Perhaps this is... oration? Speaking? I think I could come up with a better gesture for speaking. I think I originally intended it to be like knight armor, but now I kind of want it to be something like some sort of futuristic. Disarm, I like. No. But maybe actually make it like some sort of sexy gesture. This one's supposed to be rhetoric, I guess. I've been like what do you call it? Binge watching those JREG YouTube videos. Holy shit. I am big fan. Big fan from communist Russia. It's really interesting, like what someone can do with an art form. Like satire, and it really shows you how like under like not even trying these people are who are famous doing it comparatively to what some kid can do in his garage. So it just like, I don't know, makes you kind of appreciate the art form and think like, oh well, we're clearly not even at the edge of what could be effective satire. Or effective propaganda. And he's getting really big, actually, that JREG guy. He's got 200,000 subscribers on YouTube now. That's pretty big. I'm guessing they're gonna get rid of him though. I think his content is way too edgy for any sort of discussion. They're like, the people that are doing sort of satire like this cannot compete. They're just not gonna be able. Someone's gonna be like, okay, that's enough of that. It's very good. Right amount of edge and humor, just the right amount. Just the right amount. You could do anything apparently with that. It reminds me of like Filthy Frank. Reminds me of Filthy Frank, like the original videos, but like the content was focused much less on like a deep introspection of like political ideology, which is then debased in favor of memes, and much like Filthy Frank was more of social commentary, so it was same but different target. Let me try some more sketches, I think. I mean, the first one is doable as an illustration. I feel like I could do something with that. But it's very enjoyable. Very enjoyable content. Highly recommended. It's pronounced J-Reg. Yeah, I know. It's Greg with a J. But the first time I saw it, I thought it was Dreg. No, wait, what did I think it was? I thought it was yeah, I thought it was J-Reg, but it's actually Dreg. Oh, I'm redrawing. Oh, well. If I'm gonna redraw, I might as well change the pose. Let me think. How does that work? But yeah, really interesting fellow. It's nice to see someone breathe a little bit of fresh air. We're gonna see a lot of like duplicates soon. There's gonna be like a million dregs, but I don't know how they're gonna duplicate it, but usually that's what happens. Is like as soon as something hits mainstream, there's like 10 other guys that'll try to do. He reminds me more of Sam Hyde than anything else. He's just much more well put together. It's a very original I think like it's my suspicion that you could replicate it because he does seem like, like a Filthy Frank that's focused on something else. Or but yeah, it's difficult to. But yeah, much more interesting to like compared to most of the other stuff that's like out there right now. And some of this is creating a lot of issues for me. But yeah, I haven't really binge watched anyone's work. Like usually I'll find some guy on YouTube that I find like remotely interesting, and I'll just wait for the next video. I've never really like gone back and been like, oh, what else has he done? And it's all aphorisms, but in like YouTube video form. It's very short. It's like a very small critique about something, and then it's like it's a 16 or 17-second like short story almost. And he's able to encompass like most of the interesting part of the argument, and still satirize it, make it funny, and I think that's like, it's kind of a gift. I don't know if you can copy that. Again, you just copy paste that, but they've done that to, you know, to other formats. So who knows? Who knows? Either that or he's just gonna get banned, because like there's no way they're gonna even though, you know, he's one of my one of my people. I feel like he's flying too close to the sun. As soon as they understand what he's doing, about an art tutorial channel that teaches wrong things instead of the right things. Sometimes I'll the only problem with that sort of content is that eventually it'll find a niche and someone will be like, yeah, I like this. And then more people will be like, yeah, I like this. And then you as a YouTuber or content creator will have to either A, come out and say, look guys, this isn't right. Or what I think some people do is they pretend like that was the original intention the whole time. It wasn't about teaching people the wrong things. Cause like I think like in this day and age, you're gonna find an audience, no matter what it is you're doing. I think almost. You just have to be charismatic, I think. But you could totally do a whole channel where you're just animating, right? Cartoons, but you're doing it in like a really ugly way, and the kids will love it, you know, supposedly. And then I don't know. Yeah, this arm is like wrong. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I could either put it back and then have the arm come out. This would be more like a power pose. Rather than like a interesting perspective. Either that or I'll move the spear. They'll figure it out, but the first few videos will be heavily criticized. I don't like art users. It's not my style. Ethan Becker is annoying. I don't know any of these people. I'm not making a commentary on anyone in particular. I just think that I think it would be possible to actually to prove you wrong and actually create a whole generation of artists that believes that, you know, this foundationally corporatized art style is the way to go, and there is no other alternative, and that could be a thing. Theoretically I could conceive of it. I'm not sure if it's like possible. Just because something is market viable doesn't make it good art. Again, I'm just, we're just spitballing ideas here, just having a little fun. I feel like you could find an audience, especially now. I feel like there's a great room for a plurality of ideas, in which you could have like the most in my conception wrong, actually win out and become the thing that is like the best, or like most accepted. Just an interesting idea to think about, I guess. What if he's not holding a spear, but actually like, oh, that, I must really hate myself. Oh, forward shortened hand coming at you. Oh, that's like 6 forward shortened objects, or at least 5. It's 6 if you count the hand itself. Why did I do that? I can't. I can't do that one. Can I just? Yeah, even when I'm just drawing, it is still hard to do these concepts. And if I had stronger drawing, I feel like drawing is cringe. Could you do that? Could you create a discipline where, which doesn't value, accurately depicting reality, but instead accurately depicting some sort of, I don't know, quasi-reality that everyone agrees upon, that is actually what is, period. Could you do that as a meme and then eventually get really, really popular, and then you kind of have to just take the money, take the money and run, because like these people are, they're gonna believe it no matter what now. And so I don't know, I feel like I'm describing something that's already occurred, but how do you even I think I lifted up the chest a little bit too much here. Unless these are boobies, in which case, not enough, but then. How about create a Patreon to support you to color a manga series? That's funny. I really shouldn't be doing the face. I'm still like thinking about what the body is gonna be doing. I always have this thing where I want to just zoom in on the face and work on that, even though like the rest of the image is like, yeah, it's a stick figure. So what? So what, bro? think there's a niche market. There's like a niche market for everything right now. I think we are living in the dream. Like you could make content. Okay, let's concretize it. All right, let's make it real. Let's reify it. Flat Earth Theory YouTube channels already do this. What is your excuse? What is your excuse? Why aren't you confusing a bunch of boomers into believing you're the Messiah and everything they've been told is a lie? What is stopping you? I know what my excuse is. I'm lazy. And I don't have enough time. Subjugate the boomers. Whew. How about training your art for years just to pander towards fart fetish audiences? Yes, exactly. No, at that point, you are creating the audience. They didn't even know that they had it. And now... this leg is difficult. You're looking at it from the top, right? So there's some of it there. And I know this shape is almost true. I mean, I would. There's this unsaid characterization that art and pornography are fundamentally different. But if you how to say this right? If you were a compatibilist and you came up with a way to fuse those ideas, say, well, actually, those things don't, you see, they're all the same to me. I don't know. I think there's this strong argument that art and pornography are like inexplicably linked, inexorably linked. It's just one of the features that art affects. It's one of the aspects. Coomers are just, you know, I think there is something to that. I mean, I haven't really thought about it for long enough. But if you go down that route, yeah, artists probably did come up with most of the fetishes. If you think about something like tentacle Asian art that was, you know, from the Edo period or something. You know, who came up with that? Was it commissioned? It was I mean, some of these things have been with us for a long time. I want to be a wolf. Type of stuff like anthropomorphic art has been with us for a very long time. You could think about like totems from the Indians. I shouldn't say Indians. Say Native Americans. That's an understandable term, although inaccurate. How far does the perspective sorts of animalism based like all kinds of these things. Art discovers the well, it makes them real, right? It might be the artist that is thinking about these things, and then he has like a fundamental drive which he puts down on paper, and from there, it grows into something else, like a consumed product or a commodity, and from there it could become a fetish. Commodify your art. Or commodify yourself. That's even better. Even better. I'm not sure how far I want to like do this box. Like how far am I gonna do this sort of perspective? Is it gonna should I show you the top of the fist and the top of the head? I don't know. I heard certain individuals got watching showing. Okay. That's right. Artists are responsible for pedophilia. I don't think you can lay everything at the floor at the. You see, I don't think you can lay everything at the feet of artists. I think the very let's say surface level is changeable. Like it can be changed in there. You could have like different parts of, you know, judgments that are already judgments modified. Like say a beautiful woman, but now that beautiful woman has a horse body. An artist could do that, I think. And they could create almost like a what's called a drive or a fetish like that. I don't think you could make us do something that is much deeper, I think. I don't think we can say, well, now you like women. You know, I think it has to be a modification only or a subversion. Let's say that. It can only be a modification or a subversion of what is already the case, rather than a wholesale, what's called? Something like, well, we're just gonna make people into pedophiles. I don't know. Which says a lot, I think, about the current climate of anime and how it interacts with the human psyche. God, she is like ripped. And she also has like this stomach. I don't know how to do these legs though. I'll be honest, I have no idea. I know that parts of them, like I can. Yeah, but yeah, it's weird. I mean, can people be programmed? I I wonder. Surface level. Um, it is interesting to think about some of these things. I wonder how far art can go in terms of these things. Like, um, what can you do? What can you do with art? Hmm. Really gets the noggin jogging. Really gets the noggin jogging. It's also used ironically, which even further. Eric. Yes, there's a very deep link between saying things ironically and actually being a proponent of the thing that you're debasing. And this is something that oh, let me see. I want to say Plato on rhetoric wrote a whole book about how it's not true to prove it's not. It actually is true. I feel like I might be thinking of Socrates again. I always like, or yeah, I always confuse them. I don't know why. You get what you deserve. I think it was Socrates that said that you can't actively like something that you're in fact debasing at the same time. I think that was the thesis of that whole book. Maybe. It was told to me. I only read Phaedo and some of the other like dialogues interspersed with parts of the Republic. But that was a point that was relayed to me. I think I have to shave down parts of it. It's hard to keep the forms, but also kind of like shave down into um What's this? Portrait Studio. $50 for what? Oh. Hmm. Yeah, that would make it easier. Well, what's the fun in that? Isn't the suffering the whole point of it? I mean, if it works, it's just it's just a 3D thing. You could literally load up something in Blender and it would work. I think you've suggested that a couple times. I know a lot of artists use it, so it's almost like a staple poser, or some of these other ones. Suffer, yes. Only in suffering. Maybe I'm one of those people that they trained wrong on purpose as a meme. Yeah, see, so this is too much already. Oh, whoops. What? Yeah, you could do that. I think there's a there's something to there's something to kind of an exercise for your brain. It's like, imagine if you were to just draw a castle for the first time. You probably wouldn't design it very well because it's your first time drawing a castle. Just like that, even designing, you know, bodies. Even designing bodies, I think, or any sort of concept, I think, is helped by, actually going through it and trying various different things. My skill grow naturally without any fundamental training. Maybe. I don't know. I think as long as you're working towards goals, um, and you have a clear picture of how to get to that next goal, then you're fine. I think ultimately I did not have enough of this form. Likewise here. And the image suffered because of it. That's okay. These are just supposed to be like fun little poses. A lot of artists like Isayama, and one has trash art in the beginning, but made massive improvements in the later chapters. Probably have an editor to critique their art and composition. I mean, it could be. Could be that just doing 9 volumes of manga is gonna fundamentally change the way you approach it. What about this one? I really want to do something like this one, but I always get scared of this box. This box is fundamentally scary. It's meta. It's a character looking down at me for not being able to do this box in this box and saying pathetic. So meta even this sentence is. Oh yes, with the eyeballs it makes much more sense. All the pro mangaka are so old. They're at least in their 30s. Hey, 30 isn't old. Oh, this box is hard. Mature. So mature. That feel when mature. Feels bad, man. Nothing to it. This is the structure. However, I always get super like it's very tough looking at things from the bottom. My brain, I think, ultimately falters. In this perspective view. But this one is the most interesting to me because I can't do it. I feel like if I could do it, it would become instantly uninteresting to me. It's very unforgiving, this one. But although I may falter, I'm still going to try it. I think that's another thing that's the suffering, getting things wrong and learning from it. That process teaches you, and it's almost like a courage. And that might be more valuable in the end. I don't know. I like to think that it's not just me like rationalizing. Well, maybe there isn't one. I don't think there's a satisfying answer to that question. I think there are ways to improve. I don't think there's a fastest way. And even if you had a really good way, it would be like knowing all of the outcomes. You know, it always comes back to like thinking about things like ethics. Like, what is the most efficient way? What is the good way? What is the good? You know, just kind of have to make assumptions and go with it, because to prove yourself right, you would need to know all the other outcomes in order to say, well, this one is fundamentally better than this one. Otherwise, you're always working with limited information, and you can't make a call as to what is the best. I think you should make a call as to what is good enough, and then when a framework that you find is better presents itself, you should just, you know, scurry over to there. MZD has proven their method has good gains and it's god awful boring. Yeah, if you could do it, then it'll work for you. I think you have to pay them 45 grand for them to tell you how to actually do it. I don't know. Maybe they tie the artists down into like some sort of dungeon, but none of the other artists will tell you exactly how it is that they've actually overcome those points of failing willpower and things like that. Like, how do I get past that? That's what interests me. Not whether, studying perspective for 25 hours works. I think it does, but like how do you get around the requirements to do that? Or are they just like beasts and they had it in them the whole time? I'm kind of doing perspective study. I'm forcing myself to do that. I'm taking something I learned, borrowed. I watched Amundsen for a while, and I saw him do this box, and I found it very mystical because, like, I always think of things in boxes, but I never really saw a point in actually like putting it on the paper. And then I saw him do it, and I'm like, that's really neat. Why? And I think he said it's to stop yourself from forgetting what it is you're trying to accomplish with the view, because it's true. Like, I will look at something, I'll start doing something, and then I'll forget the perspective that I'm actually going for. And even though I've done like all those, I think the Sky Robertson book helped a lot, actually. It's very difficult to see it helping as you're doing it, though. It's like observing evolution. You can't. You can only observe the results. And make inductive and deductive claims, I guess. This was getting out of hand. I wanted to put on some arms. Pay 40K to be a slave for art is a pretty good deal. I wonder what the mechanism is. I mean, if it's just, well, they were very talented individuals all along, and they just needed to be shown the process or they were given a framework that they could work within, and they just became very good. That sounds pretty boring. I mean, that could be the truth. I prefer they lock them in the dungeon version. I feel like that one's more interesting and therefore true. The art dungeon, welcome. This babushka is becoming like a big troll. It's not the school's fault. It's the industry is so saturated. There's no space for mediocre artists. Big claim there. Big claim. I don't know. If you really do want to work for like Marvel, yeah, probably there's not a lot of space for anyone but the best of the best of the best. There's like other companies to work for. I feel like she has fatter fingers. Looking from the bottom is hard. Kind of trying to visualize it. Troll grandma. Maybe I should be a humble and safe graphic designer. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. YOLO. YOLO. The battle cry of a generation. Just pick something and stick with it. Pick a book, pick a crowd. Just add a little bit of... Because it, like, it's very difficult to figure out what I'm doing here. Now I have a light source I can think about. Consider the light source. You know. I guess you can't have every skill in life. Maybe you can, but it takes years of practice. As probably takes more time, and maybe time isn't as um hmm. I don't know. I like to think that, there's never like an end. You could keep learning, and that's true, but like when was the best time I could have learned something? And like when was where were my golden years? Do those even exist? Is that a thing? Uh and I think so there might be periods of time where you could learn things at like an exponentially higher rate. Like say imagine a child learning something. They learn much faster than an adult would learn something, like say language for instance. Even if you adjust for some of those variables. Still, kid wins, like every time. So there might be like a point where you can't, um, enter a profession and learn it to a very high degree. You can still learn it, but you can't learn it to a very high degree. Maybe. So I don't know. Pick your battles. Pick your battles. You only live once, so it's always like a gamble. Enjoy your childhood. I'm enjoying this right now. Childhood me probably would not enjoy this. Maybe. Suffer through making like a grandma troll concept art. I don't know. This one was fun before. I'm still like working on it, but I think the fun part is over. I don't know. This sort of exercise helps, I think, but I don't really know if I have a good. I could try actually doing like an interesting character in that sort of perspective, but I feel like all of my energy will be spent making sure that this perspective works rather than no. I'll go back like a little bit. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, this type of character can only be like cartoony, I feel like. Because I won't be able to get the proportions right on a real character. And it eventually becomes more and more and more saturated. Huh. Looks short. Well, it is like one of those grandma trolls. And we are looking like from the bottom. I feel like everything from the bottom is gonna be like shortified. It's very unforgiving. I think if I extend her legs, for instance, it might kill the perspective. Yeah, I think that's the main problem with this perspective for me, is that I spend way too long correcting it, and then if I do have like an out for a second for design, it's not long enough. And so I would end up working on this painting for like 20 more hours than, you know, a regular painting. And it's like, at that point, it's like, is it worth it? I think this one is a very interesting perspective. I think it's very powerful, but to do it, you probably have to have like much better drawing skills than I do. Let's try a real character, same perspective. Real character. That's a funny one. What? What makes this character any more real than the like cartoony grandma character? song is fire. Let me just save that real quick. I don't know how to do this leg in this perspective. I will have to probably. I will have to probably acquiesce to something like this. But the grandma, the design, consider the grandma. Consider the grandma. You want to see me do this one? I feel like I want to see myself do it, but this one's also gonna drain me even more as I get further and further into it. Might do this hand. Ah. I don't even know how to. I'm not even considering perspective at that with that hand for now. I just want to have something there, cause and I want to paint the grandma troll. Damn it, that was the exciting avant-garde new thing that I wanted to paint, not a cute anime girl. Damn it. Always return to anime. Or, well, this one's a little bit more Western, but cute anime girl. Whatever. With psychic powers now. And like a halo. Maybe wings. I don't even know how to make that perspective work. Because, like, now you have to justify, like, why are you looking up her skirt? Just, you know, just to do it, I guess. Because she's flying. You have to ascertain these things through jihad. It makes sense. Today's gonna be a short one. I do think I want to play around with this one for a little while tomorrow before I commit to a sketch, but likely out of all the other ones, I mean, this one looked very neat. I might do that one as well. Might do both of them. just add wings, you know. Oh, whoops. Just add wings to her, and then put her into composition. Because this one also. I don't know where I want to put it. Let's see. Maybe have like wings for this one. We'll see. But these two are the ones I like. This one's not that much. Not that much. Put that on another layer. Yeah, probably something like that. And I call it two angels. That's the image that's gonna happen. Probably. We'll see. I'll screw around with it. But yeah, thank you guys for coming by. I appreciate you. And yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm gonna go eat.